Okay, sorry about the delay there. One sec, I'll just quickly send the ping in Discord, but I am here now. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I am late. But yeah, been a little while. I've been sort of busy doing some other stuff this week. But thought that I should do at least something this week. And I want to see if I can go ahead and, yeah, continue working away at this. Boy, Hades is kicking your ass. Joy to be had. I see. Yeah, I thought I had figured out the solution to the dilemma I was having with how to finish this panel on the shoulder. But now that I'm looking at it, I'm realizing that my solution won't actually work. Because the solution that I thought I had come up with was going to be I'd do a white circle and then a small black circle inside that, and then so I'd do a white circle and then I'd have a black semicircle on this side. That would... Oh, hang on. No, I think my solution will work. I think what I'm going to want to do, because essentially the symbol that I wanted to have for the night house, the symbol of the night house itself, is these stag heads. I accidentally ended up splitting the black one in half, so I'm going to have to repair it once I get it on there. But there's a black one there, and then there's a white one there. And the goal was going to be I'd have them on each half looking inwards towards each other. But I couldn't figure out how to do it because it's a black background and a white pattern on that side, so there was no real way to make it look good. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a... we're going to have a... We're going to have a... How are we going to do this, actually? Black semicircle? No. Oh, no, the issue is the white outline doesn't actually look that... It doesn't work. Oh, actually... God, how painful what I was doing on this was. Yeah. Gonna need to figure this out. What if I do a black semicircle with a red outline to mirror that, and then a white semicircle? Wait. Fuck. Okay, hang on. I need to think of... I need to figure this out. Okay. Because the issue is I need to have a black stag head and a white stag head. So the black stag head needs to be on top of a white background, but the white background needs to be framed by red. But that won't work because the white stag head needs to go on this side. This is awkward. How else can I do that? Howdy, howdy. Hey, Rebellion. Unless what I do is I just do a red semicircle with the black stag head on it, and then it meets a white semicircle with the black stag head on. Wait, no, fuck, damn it! I'm brain broken. I don't know how to do it. Also, I think these are too big to actually fit on the panels here. I think I need to save these for a different shoulder panel, and I need to use a different bit of stag iconography here. I think that's what needs to happen. One sec. I'll quickly grab the transfers. They're about a meter behind me. Oh, nightmare. Okay. So I believe I packed all of the Knights ones that I was using at the back here. I think they should actually all be contained inside this one that's folded in half. Yeah. Okay. Where are our stags? I think they're not some of the games. They're not Games Workshop transfers, are they? No, they are. Are they on this one? Yeah, there they are. Okay. Oh, I have black and white ones that go the other way from the looks of it. Actually, no, I've only got a left-handed white one. I don't appear to have a right-handed black stag, which is a bit annoying. But there are lots of similar ones. There's a moose there as well, pretty badass. But we don't have any big moose. Oh no, I've got left-handed white stags over here. So I could potentially have it work together. So, with that being the case, can I make them fit? The issue would be is if I draw a if I put a semicircle as a base for it, I eliminate a lot of the I eliminate all of the clubs on the back panel there. And I think the issue as well is I'm going to need to take up a lot of space to do so, to accommodate these guys cleanly. Where I could instead do I have a front profile stag? Yeah, okay, I do. Do I have one in white? Because I could do a single, smaller icon and split it down the middle. But it doesn't look like I have a white version of this. It's just the black version of that skull there. So then, the way that I would want to do this is I could throw this central. And do I have any ornate round icons that could surround it? Got the Thousand Suns logo, but that's not like the snake devouring its, like eating its tail. It's not really what we want. Although, if I put it behind its head, it might not be that noticeable. If I put it such that the snake head is hidden underneath the chin of the stag, then it might not be noticeable what it is. And it could just look like a wreath, so we could try that potentially. Oh, actually, no, that's the thing I was looking for. Although this looks big. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, okay. So, that's going to be the solution to my problem, I think. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to split this in half and split that in half. And then I'm thinking, and that's never good. Hang on, I've just lost some of the transfers I was holding a second ago. Have I lost them already? What? Oh, there they are. Doing some more work on the Fellblade model. Nice. Yeah, okay, so the way that we're going to do this is it's going to have to be the white half of it will be over here, on top of a black semicircle, surrounded by a white ring. And then the black half will be sitting here, on top of a red semicircle. Surrounded by a black ring. Doesn't work though. I'm trying so hard to visualize this, but I woke up like less than an hour ago and my brain is just broken. Ugh. In any case, I may as well cut out this other stag head because I know that this is what I'm going to be using. I'll be bothered to get the little clippers, so I'm just gonna, well, the tiny little scissors, so I'm just gonna use the, my side cutting pliers. This should be able to cut this. In fact, there'll probably be a nice, neat way to split it in half as well, because they've got a straight edge to them. I don't like cutting things that aren't plastic with these, but I don't see this damaging the edge on them. Maybe I'll just save them for when I just do the single split down the middle. But yeah, the main annoying thing is going to be trying to get this, or trying to give it a nice solid, what do you say? What do you call it? Nice solid white ring underneath it. Well, actually, hang on. I've got some big clubs here. I could potentially do big clubs instead. Can this fit neatly in the middle of a big club? Almost. Is which direction do I have the clubs going on the panel? The clubs here, they all go up. So if I invert this, we have a big club going down. think this fits, no? I think it fits. Let's just shear it back so that I can see it a little more clearly. But rather than doing it on top of a circle, I could potentially have it on top of a 50-50 club. Just need to be careful not to accidentally damage the edge of the transfer. I just want to see where the borders of this actually go. Okay, so if I push this down, actually I think I probably need to float it up a little bit so that the antlers end up against the wings of the club there. Although there is a little bit of an issue of just the outlining of the club again, and that's going to be our main issue, is the outlining. And also another thing will be that this club isn't a 50-50 one, so I'd have to manually paint it down the middle, which isn't too much of an issue. And so if I were to do it like that, we'd have the club in the middle, and so we'd keep the red side on the left, and then we'd turn the right-hand half of it black. No, we'd turn the right-hand half of it white, so that we could then put the white half... I guess I would just have to... I guess I really wanted to have the white head on top of the red clubs, but I don't think that's going to happen. So it's going to have to go white, red, white, or I wanted to go white, red, black. And then I was hoping that it would go red, white... Sorry, yeah, that's the thing that I was hung up on, was I wanted it to go red, something, white. Well, I guess red, black, white. But the black needs to be surrounded by something in order to make it work properly. Hang on. White, red, black. Red. Yeah, that's the issue. Damn it! I'm not sure if I'm just brain broken or... I'm so tired. I barely slept last night. Red, white, red, black, and then we'll need white on top of... Yeah, the issue is you can't have black on top of red because the black will back onto the dark background and be invisible. So it needs to go black, white. So that needs to go white, red, black. I'm so confused. Only solution I'm seeing is I introduce a fourth color. I don't know why I'm so against introducing a fourth color. I could literally just do that and then not worry about it. See, I've already got hints of yellows over here, and yellow fits with the Iron Warrior theming as well. I don't know why I was so averse to this. Okay, so in that case, what we're gonna do is we'll want to have the yellows over, because it's just gonna be minimal amount of yellow. And what we're gonna do is, maybe we'll do a shield. Do I have a shield? No, actually, I think that was the issue that I noticed last time. Was literally none of these transfers have a shield shape. I don't know how. Like, I don't know how I got this far. Well, sorry, yeah, I don't know how they made this many transfers, and there's not a single one which is just a blank shield. The fourth color can, like, make your brain think there's too much going on. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna purely keep it for an accent color. And for heraldry, I think it's fine, purely just to help break it apart. I think, like, I've got an idea of how I can use it cleanly. So I think I should be alright. Yeah, I'm not seeing any shields. Literally 0 blank shields. Crazy. Oh no, I found a shield. It's tiny. That's not gonna work. Because what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a shield that is going to comfortably accommodate this. And since it doesn't look like I'm going to get a transfer for that, we will draw the shield on. And then we will manually split it down the middle. And we will frame it. So, the goal is going to be... we're going to have... So, the way to make heraldry read cleanly is you need to have a metal, then a color, then a metal. Now, white and black are treated as metals. Red's a color. So, it needs to go metal color. So on top of the white, we're going to have our yellow, the yellow framing ring around the shield. And then around, and then from yellow, it's then going to dip to black inside the shield. And then it's going to have the white half of the stag head. And then on this half, it's going to go white. We need a metal, so it'll be... Oh, sorry, it'll starts red, so we'll need metal over the red, so it'll be the white framing ring. Oh, no, okay, because I need red on the left half. So it will need to go white to yellow ring. To... I think the way that I've got it set up, half of the skull, I can't have a black and white skull. Ah, no, true, okay. If I want it to be, if I want it to purely follow heraldic rules, it will need to be a, it'll need to be a metal slash color skull. It can't be metal metal. Don't think there's a red or black version of the skull though. If I'm doing it that way, then I will need to, I'll need to manually color that in. So if I want to do that, the way I'll probably go about it is I'll put down the white half of the skull and then I'll use contrast paint to turn it yellow. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do it. That being the case, the way we want it to go is it'll have to go White, red, black, yellow. And then this will have to go red, and then it'll go yellow, white, black. Okay, I figured it out. I have figured it out. We've cracked the case. Only took us 25 minutes of doing literally nothing, but I think I know the path forward now. Okay. So I'm gonna pull up a couple of references on my second monitor just for different shields, like heraldic shields. Heraldic shield! I just want to have something to eyeball it after. Now what do we want? Thinking there's a few different shapes that they often do. I want something that's going to be top heavy enough to accommodate the antlers nicely. I could go for a standard shield, but that's not fun. Kind of like I kind of like the ones that sort of they're almost like a peanut shape. Yeah, okay. I've got an idea for what I want to do. And now I'm just going to have to try to freehand it and then make a terrible mess of it. This will be fun. So the way that we're going to go about this is... So it's got to be red and yellow is the outside. So I'll do the base layer in white. And then I'll be able to... I should just be able to carefully tint them with contrast paints. And that way I'm not too worried about any major mess that I make. So we'll base layer it in Corax white. And then for the bits that I want to be yellow, I can always brighten them up a little bit with some whiter whites at the end if they're too dark. Okay, and so first thing we'll need to do will be mark out the borders of the shield. Okay. So, top of the shield will need to go about here-ish somewhere. We'll go inward a little bit, about there. Then bottom of the shield will need to be about here. Outer edge. Around there. And now I should be able to guess from the rest of it. Okay, yeah, should be able to accommodate now. I reckon as long as we can keep the shape nice and clean, this should come out pretty well. Thankfully as well, this is all on top of a gloss varnish, so any major mistakes we make can be remedied. Also, I just noticed there's this disgusting fold here. That's showing through from the transfer underneath. That's really bad. I don't like that at all. But it won't be as noticeable once it's no longer a glossy surface, at least. It's just going to infuriate me every time I see it. That's all, though. Okay, and so we want the belly of this shield to come out wide. So start at a point, but come out relatively wide and up. Like that. Looks like we've ended up going for a relatively standard heraldic shield, honestly. I was hoping to do something a bit more fancy, but I'm pretty happy with this. Because the other option was going to be something where it comes out and then in, and then Billy goes out like that. But no, I think this is fine. Yeah, I like this. now the main thing is going to be mirroring it nicely. Our middle point is halfway through this blank line here. Now, I have zero confidence that I can neatly mirror this, which is going to be really annoying. Essentially, eyeballing it, it looks like... Oh, actually, let's see. It goes in 1, 2 to the edge of the second. Let's go 1, 2 to the edge of the second, and it needs to be about this high. It needs to come up a tiny bit higher. So it's going to be yellow on the left side and then red. Oh no, it's going to be red on the left side and yellow on the right. Oh, it's going to be red on the left side and white on the right. That's what it was. I guess I can always afford to play around with it a little bit. And it's hard to see the shape on top of the white surface as well, which is a little annoying. Yeah, the shape there is not quite what we want, but again, we're on top of a gloss varnish, so plenty of room to fiddle around with it and try to get it right. I think first thing is going to be see if we can trim the edges a little. And we want to build that nice shape. Yeah, one sec. I will be right back. I'm just going to quickly get some alcohol to strip back the fresh paint. Okay. Did I actually pick up any here? Oh yeah, I did. It's gotta be sparing with the alcohol because I don't want to eat all the way through our gloss varnish. This will damage it a little bit. I don't want to cause too much of an issue. And I think what we're going to have to do is, once I get this stripped back, I'm going to be very careful to just build up the shape of the shield. I think I'm going to fill in the right-hand half and then build out the left. There, Jack, hey everyone. Hey, Gavin. Okay, there we are. So, just need to gently just pull all of this back in. Okay, and that's probably good enough for us to start from. And yeah, I think if I fill in the right-hand half of the shield, it'll be easier for me to eyeball what mass needs to be mimicked on the left. That's probably going to be the safest way to go about it. Just going to need to quickly clean up the little bits where some of the some of the white paint that we melted has spread beyond the bounds of the shield, because we don't want that. That is just sort of staining our surrounding areas and lightening them up, and we don't like that at all. We want it to be as clean as can be outside the shield's bounds. Just popped in to say hi for a few before you get ready to head out. Otherwise, you're paying too much risk online, spending too much money on being a nerd, the usual. That's the way. Gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, let's just focus on filling in the interior of the shield first, and then I can clean up the edges once we've got the full shape blocked out. Jack, were you talking to me about the decal plates? Maybe? I don't think so, but maybe. Was this like the stamps that you'd mentioned? I think you'd mentioned decal stamps or something like that. Is that that? That's it? Right, yeah. You mentioned that last time, yeah. Now I'm just wondering if perhaps this shield is a bit too wide, which is why it's looking more like a heart than a shield. I think I might want to make it a little bit taller. I'll look them up sometime when I have a few minutes. Yeah, they sound like an interesting concept. I don't know if I really want to bother with them though. I feel like I have a lot of tools and those sorts of things already. I don't really feel the like the need to go and get more equipment, more like little knickknacks and things. I've got so many decals. I wanna use the stuff I have. If I extend this up, how can I maintain the overall shape of the shield? Like, would it have to be like that up there? I think the way that I'm gonna need to do this I feel like it's gonna, the shape of the shield is gonna change a little bit too much if I try to extend it further up. Maybe I only extend it up marginally, and then what I do is I add a little tip that it spikes to in the middle there, in the middle, just to sort of break away the heart shape, because that's what it's looking too much like a heart. So I think if I give it a top point here that it sort of bridges to on both sides, I think that way you can sort of make the shield a little taller and at the same time make the shape more distinct. Okay, center point. Throw that about there. Yeah, I'm thinking this is gonna be good. This is more this is more shield proportions as well. A suspected fist's not very good in Hades. Yeah, it would make sense that trying to punch gods and mythical creatures would not be the optimal route. What symbol am I going for? So I'm gonna have the stag skull that I was planning on doing before, rather than the two stags looking inwards, because that's gonna be a bit big for this panel. Instead, gonna do the straight up stag skull it's going to be 50-50 split across the two halves. So the color of the shield is going to be split vertically down the middle, and then the stag is going to be laid over the center, and it's also going to be split vertically down the middle. Yeah, I think this is going to be a good... this is definitely a better shield shape. And depending on how much real estate the stag head takes up on the shield, I might add some little adornments around it to sort of make it look a bit more filled out. I'm not too fussed about getting the white coat smooth on the in the middle of the shield here, because this isn't going to be the final visible layer, so it doesn't need to cover perfectly. It just needs to not have a nasty texture. The only part where the white needs to be solid and smooth is around the border, because that's the part that's going to be visible at the end. Yeah, this is definitely a much better shape than we had originally. Start making yourself pretty, you'll be liking. Righto. Okay, and so... yeah, this is going to be the really awkward part, is making this symmetrical. I'm so bad at this. And this part, it needs to be symmetrical to look good. Like, it needs to go... like, I guess I can just stick to what I was planning on doing, which is just building it out. So just fill out the general shape of the shield, and then build out the edges as I go. Probably the safest way to do it. Do the bits that are clearly going to be part of the shield, and then solidify the edges as I work towards them. Accidentally adjusted my chair height and now it's all awkward. Yeah, I think I fixed it. Awkward thing that's happening here as well is a lot of the white is not drying as quickly as I would like it to, and so I've accidentally wiped away sections in that were half dry, which wouldn't be too much of an issue for coverage, but I don't want it to leave a gross texture, because that's a lot harder to fix. I guess while we wait for all that stuff on the left side to dry, we can always just work on solidifying our borders over here, because we do want to make sure we've got a nice solid boundary line, as this will be visible. Yeah, the white edge of the shield on this side will be the final layer. Okay. Yeah, there were just little bits of the red club underneath the edge there peeking through that I didn't really want to be all that visible, because it just sort of made it look a little bit messy if there's just a tiny hint of red peeking around. Where it's like half covered, it's good, but it's just when there's a tiny little bit peeking through, just sort of confuses it a bit too much. Yeah, that edge of the shield is quite nice. I like that. Okay. That's pretty good. Something solid that's formed on the surface there. Just want to try to get rid of that if I can before it dries on. There we are. Got rid of him. Could have been a problem. Okay, now I have to go back to trying to get the shape of this looking right. I think an issue with the bottom of it is I've got this little section here, which I'm going to need to wipe away, because that's not according to the shape of the shield. Let's focus on the top half instead, because I think, at least on the top half, everything should still be within the bounds of the shield. It looks like it'll need to dip down to that height at the middle. Almost at 600 subs, very nice. Yeah, I mean, it's getting there. I feel like it's definitely much slower going when I'm not making videos. Yeah. I think the main thing is just, like, that I want to focus on at the moment is just figuring out what I want to do for videos. It's like, at its core, that's what YouTube is built for, and so that's how you get all your traffic. And streaming is the fun side bit. But I sort of, for a very long time, sort of used the fun side thing of streaming as a way to avoid thinking about what I wanted to do for videos. I think I'm more in a position now where I'm actually focusing on doing the stuff that I enjoy in video content with the shorts that I've been doing recently. But I don't want to just do that. I feel like there's more that I can do. So I'm sort of figuring out what that step is now. Extremely hard to find ways to set yourself apart from the field. Exactly it, yeah. But that doesn't mean that I should just not think about it. And that's what I was doing for a while, was going, it's so hard to be unique, I can't be fucked. But at this point, it's like, no, okay, I should just do stuff. And rather than trying to figure out what I can do that is unique before doing anything, I should just do stuff in general. And then while I'm doing stuff, figure out how to make the stuff I'm doing different. I don't know where I heard this. I heard it recently, but it's like anything that's worth doing is worth doing badly. And I quite like it. Rather than avoiding doing something because you can't do it perfectly yet, it's better to do it, even if it's shit, and then get better as you go. This means you have to strategize. Yeah, I think like it's important to strategize and figure out how how you can differentiate yourself from others. But at the same time, it's very easy to get sort of caught up in a cycle of only ever strategizing and then being so caught in your head that you don't want to try to do anything until you've like figured it out. But the thing is, you're never going to figure it out unless you start doing stuff in the first place. And I was sort of there for a long time, and I think I'm starting to get out of there. I'm starting to get away from that cycle. But yeah, it's hard. The longer you go without doing something, the harder it is to do it. Can't be different if you have nothing. Exactly, yeah. And like for me, I've always sort of been very big on like voiceover and stuff, and that's always been really cool to me. But then I've always been like really scared to try doing it in case I did a shit job or whatever. But now I'm at the point where it's just like, fuck it. I'll just do my shit, and if it's shit, then I'll do it better next time. like you said, don't do anything. It was just remarking on the difficulty of developing content that's different from others. Oh yeah, no, exactly, yeah. And I think like it is important to actively think about your work and think about how it can be different. That is definitely a very, very important thing. I have just found that should not necessarily be your number one thing from the get-go. I think that's the thing that I struggled with a lot. Is it was a lot of just, fuck man, how do I do stuff that's unique? And then all I'm doing is consuming other people's content, and so the only reference point I have is the stuff that other people are doing. But there's something about, like, when you're doing your own stuff, that's when you figure out, like, the different ways that you like doing things, and the way that you like doing things will naturally sort of bring about differences, and you'll sort of figure out which way you want to lean. I feel like this is not a this isn't just a like a YouTube content creator thing. This is like with anything really, I think. Like, it's important to think about what you want to do. I feel like in all creative endeavors, really, probably in all endeavors, even beyond creative endeavors, it's important to think about what you want to do and try to think about how you want to do things. But at the end of the day, it doesn't mean shit if you don't actually do it. And you shouldn't just, like, sit on the things you're passionate about and wait until they're fully cooked, because you're never gonna, like, it's never gonna be the perfect thing the first time you do it. Like, I was avoiding painting the avatar of Cain for so long because I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to do that. That's so hard. Like, that's crazy doing, like, all the lava effects and stuff. But then I was like, okay, fuck it. I'll just paint it. And honestly, like, yeah, it's not going to be a masterpiece, but I really like how he was turning out after that one day of working on him. And because I forced myself to actually start painting him, I'm going to learn shit. And then I'll be able to apply that to all the models that have the similar features on them next time I paint. When do I think I'll be working on him again? I reckon either next stream or the one after that. He was one that I'm really enjoying doing, so I wanna work on it pretty frequently. That's the thing, like, whenever I have multiple projects going, it's never a matter of like, okay, we're working on these, we're gonna get all of these finished and then work on some more. It's a vibes-based thing. If I'm enjoying a model, then I will work on that model more than others. Trying to figure out what I've done in this top corner that makes it wrong. I think the slope is too steep, I think. And it's too deep down here as well. I think this needs to be shallower along here. Needs to go to about there and then have a shallow slope out. Yeah, okay. Now that I'm looking at it through the camera rather than with my eyes, because the camera's got a slightly better angle to see it all. Not really enjoying Tyranid Big Boys. I'm enjoying them, but like they're more of a resetter for me. So I like working on them as a side thing, but I don't want to sort of make them a focus because it's a balance of productivity and fun. And for me, the Tyranids are fun, but they're not really productive in a way because I'm not building a Tyranid army. So there's no sort of there's no end goal for them. And so in a way it makes them less fun because I'm enjoying the process, but then I'm not really feeling like I'm getting I don't really feel like I'm making any progress when I do them. But they're definitely more of a they're a resetter. Okay. That's almost good. I think we just need to make it a little bit shallower along the bottom of that and then bring up that little edge. So just need to take the bottom of this out. That. Almost there. And I want to come up to about here. There we go. I think that's about where we want it to be. Yeah, that's the shape it needs to be. Just needs to be higher on the left point and then get a long, shallow slope out of it. Honestly, I think we've almost fixed the shape on this corner. Just about there. Needs to be shallower. Made contact with the school you want to go to. You started that ball rolling. Nice. Yeah. And I don't know how it is for you, but for me, that first step is always the scary part. That's always the bit where it's like, it's getting that first step, which is fucked for me. I struggle so much with it. Yeah. Another thing that I've found as well, I don't know if you guys have the same experience. I was talking to my sister about it. She has the same sort of thing. Is another thing I really struggle with is when I have something I want to do. When I've found that the best way to actually do it is to not tell anybody that I want to do it or that I'm working on it, because it's kind of like you're like withdrawing the dopamine for having completed it in advance. It's like going, yo, I want to be an astronaut, guys, and then everyone's like, whoa, that's awesome, and you're like, it is, isn't it? And then you've gotten some of that dopamine for wanting to be an astronaut, so you don't really need to be an astronaut anymore because you've already gotten the satisfaction of saying you're going to be one. It's like that sort of idea. Not that I wanted to be an astronaut, but yeah, I don't know. It's something that I've struggled with for a long time, but I've sort of gotten better at keeping the important shit mostly to myself while I work on it and not talking to people. But it's like whenever I have something that's like a work in progress, I'll be like, yeah, I really want to show, like, I want to show the people around me this cool shit I've been working on. But I know that if I show it to them, then I won't be as incentivized to finish it. I don't know if anybody else has that or not. But yeah, that's like one that it took me a while to sort of figure out. Completely opposite on that. Pretty much anything you've ever wanted to do in life, you just do it. When you wanted to own a comic book store, you just did. When you wanted to join the army, you just did it. Okay. I'm envious of your decisiveness. Yeah, yeah, that would be an absolute godsend for me to have that level of just sort of, I want this, I'm gonna fucking do it. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I really struggle with sitting down and actually doing the shit I want to do. I've gotten better about it. Okay, I need to clean up the this little bit on the bottom edge here. It's not quite the shape we want it to be. So we'll get a bit more alcohol on the brush and just try to get rid of that little bottom bit and then build that corner up towards there. But I think the shield is shaping up pretty well so far. It's taking way too long, but that's how everything that's how everything we do here goes. It's just the way it is. It's more important that it's done well than if it's done quickly. Imperial Knights are the ones that I allow myself to waste all of our time for petty things that really shouldn't have this much thought put into them. This is where I'm allowed to be pedantic. Try out some armchair psychology, but you're not going to be here that long. Yeah, no, I reckon that I've mostly figured out like all of the annoying mental quirks that have sort of tied me up through like my through like my early adult life. I'm pretty sure I've figured out like all the shit that really screws me over. So I think I'm doing pretty well now. But yeah, it's just like it's weird things that I've noticed. Flashbacks to the Dark Angel's backpack, true and real. Look, I decide what the what we will spend hours and hours on. Okay, yeah, I reckon just need to break up the outer edge of this a little bit. Doesn't need to be perfect. Any little feathered bits we can always just paint over with black just to harden up the line. But I want to get rid of the worst of it because it'll be hard to touch up any sections that are all gross and nasty on top of any of the clubs. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Just want to give all of the give the alcohol that we just wiped on there some time to evaporate, and then we can come back through and continue solidifying the shape of the shield. But yeah, I think it's coming along well. And yeah, once we get the shape of the shield done, it should be pretty good. From there, actually, there'll be another time-consuming bit because we'll need to redraw the shape of the shield inside the shield, but it won't be as bad because we'll have the guidelines to work with, as opposed to just trying to build it up out of nothing. Okay, that should be pretty good. I'm going to need to get a little bit more paint on the palette because I've used up most of the initial drop or two that I'd put on the or that I'd measured out. It's just about there though. The shape is mostly pretty good. Pretty much just need to harden that line and then bring out the belly a little bit, and then we'll have our base layer. I might need to get some more Korax wine. One sec. Never mind, I've got another. I'm gonna say, I was pretty sure I had another one. We are safe. We will not be running out in this stream. Hey. Just really don't want to accidentally drastically change the shape of the of the shield. So the way this works is it comes in and then it bounces out wide. And then it sweeps back in. Something like that. I think I may have bounced it out a little too wide. But it's mostly good. So I think what we'll do is we'll solidify it. And then we can decide whether we want to balance it out on the other side or just pull it back in a tiny bit. I think the bottom of it needs to still be a little wider on the left. We'll build that out a little, and then we can decide where to go from there. Because essentially, this needs to come out to about here from the looks of it. So when it gets to the wide point, the shape changes again. It's not a smooth arc from there. It needs to get to our wide point in the belly here. So we'll solidify that because I like that. Then it's another arc from there. It's not just a big smooth line outwards. Yeah, I've made it too round. It looks like essentially what we want has got to be... Maybe what I want to do as well is I just want to, with a tiny bit of black, just mark out what I actually want. Uh-oh. Somehow, my fingers just got covered in black. I'm just opening that pot. Okay, that shouldn't contaminate anything now. Essentially what we should be going for going to be around there. That point up to that point there. So we want to have a line, a nice smooth arc between those two black points that we've marked. And then the white underneath, the white that's beyond that, we need to clean away. So I might actually try use one of my sponges with some alcohol on it, because then it'll be ever so slightly abrasive. And so then that should be enough just to help wipe away the excess bits of paint that we don't want. There we are. Took a little bit, but it's dissolving now. Don't need to be too fussed about it dissolving into the shield, because we can always build that back out. Yeah, the rest we can do with the brush now. Looks like I accidentally wiped away a little bit of the stuff on our trim there, but I was going to need to train up the... I was going to need to clean up the trim anyway. Have I varnished over everything? I've varnished over the panel. I haven't varnished the trim, but everything else is varnished. You sexy bitches, you out of here. Look forward to seeing you all next time. Right, I'll catch you later, Gavin. Have fun. Okay, now some of these bits are going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to get nice and clean. But it should be all worth it to get a nice symmetrical shield to work over. Yeah, once we have this base layer down, hopefully everything else should fall in place. If I'm going to disagree with all that, I'm just going to sit there thinking, yeah, you brought the shit out of us. What do you mean? I'm not going to disagree with you calling us sexy bitches. I'll take what I can get. Look forward to boring you all next time. Oh, I didn't realize you said look forward to boring you. I thought you said looking forward to seeing you all next time. Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that's what you said. The reason I didn't contest it is because I didn't read it correctly. I can't speak for the others. Okay. Now this isn't perfect, and I've gotten a little bit of white paint which has drifted and sort of lightened these dark areas. So now my goal is going to be just getting rid of any of these bits where the white paint has drifted too much, just so that this can darken back up. And then we will rebuild that half of the shield, hopefully in the correct shape this time. Take care. Yeah, I'll catch you later, Gavin. Here we are. That's coming back together now. There we are. Okay, that is looking pretty good for the shield. Yeah, I said that I was done with cleaning up the shield, and I was just going to do the bits of white paint that had drifted. But then I went and had another crack at the shield, and now I'm actually happy with it. And now we can go back to actually cleaning up the dark panel, clean up the clubs, and then we can fix the shield again. Mostly good. It's just this little section here that's still quite light. So what I'll do, I'll just dab tissue on there, pick up any excess moisture, clean this brush, a little bit more alcohol, and now we should be able to get rid of all of the remaining stuff. Yeah, I think the dabbing it with the tissue there was quite helpful, because it sort of helped reveal where all the dried bits of paint were. It's a bit hard to tell when it's wet, because you've got the reflections from the moisture sort of make it hard to see which bits have got lighter bits of paint on them and which bits are just reflecting the light because of the moisture. Rest in peace, chicken. Okay, I'm happy enough with that. I can deal with this. It's not 100% perfect, but it's never going to be. bit that I will want to try to get as close to 100% perfect will be this bit. We're just rebuilding this wall of the shield. Get this to shape up nicely, then we will be happy. So essentially what we want is from about here, we want to draw a mostly vertical line. So this will come down to about here, and then a mostly vertical line that sweeps out a little bit. Come down like that. I think that'll be good. Now we just want to solidify that. Yeah, and then once we have this, the edge of the shield solidified, we will be chilling. Just need to take it easy now. I don't want to rush now that I'm near the end. That will just create more work for us. Accidentally made a little bit of a mistake down here. It's nothing crazy though, I should be able to fix that up. Okay, almost there. There we are. That is the shape of the shield. So I don't want to build up anything more outside the lines. Now it's just going to be solidifying the edges and making sure there's no gross texture. Yeah, I am so bad at freehanding that it has taken me like an hour and a half to draw a symmetrical shield. But look, it is what it is. I may be shit at doing things, but I am patient. And so I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'm just going to quickly just apply what's left on my brush here just to make sure this foundation is going to be nice and solid. And I'm going to leave that there to dry. I will be right back. Yeah, one sec, be right back. Okay. I am back. How's this look? It's always good to walk away and then have a look at it again with fresh eyes. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I like how it's come out. So now it's going to be the so next layer. Thing to remember here is it's going to be, what did we decide on? Red outer border, white outer border, and then it was going to be, oh no, it was going to be yellow outer border, white outer border, and then it was going to be red inside, black inside. Because then it was going to be black skull, white skull. Oh no, but we can't go black skull, white skull. I need to go black skull, yellow skull. I think. Okay, let's remember the way it needs to go. So it needs to go metal, color, metal. And then it needs to go color, metal, color. So metal, color, metal is going to go white, yellow, or red. And then it goes black. So this needs to be black on the inside here. And this goes color, metal, color. So this needs to go red, white. Needs to be yellow inside here. Okay, so it needs to be black half there, yellow half there. We figured it out. Also just noticed that I have a slight mistake there. So, the black that we'll be working with is going to be Corvus Black. Because I like the tone for it better. I like the tone better than the Abaddon Black. Okay, we'll get a nice big blob of that on our wet palette. On my hand. Cool. One thing that we'll want to do first is a tiny little mistake over here. I'll just want to trim the edge of the shield a tiny bit. Just in here. Yeah. So now we can start filling this in black. So, first things first, we'll draw our center line. This is going to be an important part of it. vertical line. Gonna need to run. Let's not go perfectly along the vertical line to start. I'll sort of build in towards it. I don't want to get overzealous from the get-go. Go to about there. I think I crossed the middle line there. I'll need to push that back a little, most likely. Oh, actually, did I cross the middle line? No, I didn't. So that's going to look pretty good so far. I pull it back up from the bottom again. Our absolute bottom point will be about there. Pull that up. Yeah, that's our middle line. I may have gone slightly over the middle line there. We'll see. Did just go too far down here though, so we'll just clean that back a little bit. Okay, yeah, looks like we haven't crossed the middle line. And yeah, so I'm not too fussed about this not covering to begin with. Our initial goal is just marking out the space. And we probably want this white outer edge to be as thin as possible. Yeah, we want it to be a very minor part of the composition. So we'll probably push as close to it as we can as we fill this in. There we are. Did I ever do the other pauldron, or did you miss the stream? The other pauldron is Hazard Stripes. So that one, thankfully, we won't need any heraldry for that. Honestly, you don't remember. Yeah, I think for maybe most of, for a lot of the hazard straps at least, I did them off stream because I just did them with my airbrush because I could not be bothered to try to manually do all that shit. That would have actually broken me. Oh shit. Accidentally flinched and went over the bottom edge of the shield there. Can I save it? Not quite saved, but I can minimize the damage. Also designed a hard decal for the Imperial Fists today. Oh, nice. I feel like that's probably a neat way to go about it. Yeah, just having some 3D printable like Legion badges and that sort of thing. I feel like that'd be a fun way to get a really nice looking finish going. I think it'd just be annoying to shape it to the pauldrons though. Because you'd need to print it to have the correct contours, no? Well, you'd need to, not just print it, but you'd need to design it to contour correctly to a pauldron or whatever you're planning on putting it on. I feel like it could be a pain in the ass. Unless you've already got models that, like you've already got 3D models that accurately represent the contours of the real things. In which case you can just build it directly on that. the add-ons you have for Blender, it makes it easier, and you have the models for different pauldrons and such. Right, okay. When you designed today looks like the one that comes with the Terminators and Dreadnought kits for 30k. I don't think I've seen them, but I can sort of guess as to what it would look like. I do really like having, well, I do like models that have the like where they've got their Legion badges as part of the physical print. It's a lot nicer. Not just for Space Marines, either, mind you, but for all factions. Like with the Eldar, how the Warp Spider Exarch has the Warp Spider symbol as part of the mold, or as part of the print, rather than as a decal that you can put on. Because all the regular Warp Spiders, the symbol is just a decal that you can put on. But for the Exarch, it's physically molded on there. It looks so much nicer. Okay, so we've spent this long on making this shield. If we get to the point of trying to put the decal on there and we find out that it's too big for the shield, I'm going to lose my mind. Like, I have faith that it will fit. I'm pretty confident it will. But if it doesn't fit, then I'm going to be incredibly sad. Is that a 50-50 split? I think not quite. It's not quite a 50-50. And then we'll need to just redo the white border of it as well. It's a little bit messy in places. But once we've done that, we'll be able to carry on. might have gone a little bit over the halfway point here. But we can always push it back if need be. That's what this is going to be. It's going to be a bit of back and forth, just trying to get it nice and balanced. Okay. Ooh, actually, I think I might have actually just found the, yeah. I may have just unintentionally made it symmetrical. I think the issue I was encountering visually is because it's over a contoured surface, the way it splits 50-50 is not actually, it's different from how, like, my brain is expecting it to split 50-50. I actually need more black than I thought I would need. It's not just a straight line because the line curves around the contours of the pauldron. But yeah, that is a pretty good 50-50. I think maybe push the middle back a tiny bit with the white. But that's coming along pretty nicely. You posted some photos on Discord. I'll have a quick look while I let this dry. What have we got? Pretty model. Oh yeah. Yeah, nice. I like the detail on the palm for the fist. Don't see that on most of the other ones. Okay, so now let's get a little bit of white and just see if we can clean up. What's it gonna be? There's gonna be a little bit of the outer edge. Gonna need to clean up, like down the bottom here. Good. And just along the middle here. Let the belly of it push. Black line back a little bit. Literally took an image, converted it to an SVG and cleaned it up. I see. It does sound like quite a simple procedure. Yeah, because I had wondered about that before, about just taking an image and then converting it into an STL to print it out as an icon or symbol that you could just put on things. That I hadn't really looked into it, so it's good to know that that is something that you can just do. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the black half of the shield now. So, now what we'll do, we'll do the outer border. So left half of the outer border is going to need to be red. Okay. Now we're back at the stage where we need to figure out how we're going to do this, because we've got the black half of it here. Essentially, it's going to need to have the, okay, so the half of the stag skull that's on this side will need to be yellow. So yellow on the black half, so there will need to be a red border. And then it will be a white border around here with a yellow center. So, what we'll need to do... going to be, first of all, it'll be Imperial Fist yellow that we use. So it's going to be a contrast paint, which will be annoying because we're wanting to be precise with it. But it'll be the easiest way to go about it, especially since we've already got the white mostly smooth. I might just try to go for a smooth finish on the white before I put this Imperial Fist yellow on it. And then, we'll get a red contrast to go around. I think the Blood Angels red might be a suitable red to go over the border there. It might be a suitable red to match this, although it's actually looking a little bit dark. So I might need to make a mix of it and a different color, just to get it a little bit brighter, yeah, because it's a bit brown. So I might need to mix this with a tiny bit of a brighter red, just to get it more vibrant. But first, just wanting... to try to get a nice smooth finish on our white half before we apply, or before we turn this yellow. It's super easy to do. Just take some cleanup, which isn't the highest quality, but you have an add-on to remesh it, then subdivide till smooth, then cut the top left to be flat, move it away, delete it, and then just extrude it at the end. Yeah, I imagine if you have a large, clean enough image to start from as well, it probably wouldn't be the worst. Wouldn't be too painful of a process. I've just found that the bottom edge of this is a little bit different on the white side. Thought I was done with building out the edge, building out the border of the shield, but apparently I'm not. Okay, that's a lot better. Still a little bit crusty around the edges there. But that should be something that I can clean up relatively easily now. There we are. Yep, that's looking good. Like if I want a solid decal to make into a coin or something, you make it quickly enough. No, it wasn't anything in particular that I wanted done. It was just, I had thought about, like, if I wanted to do that in the future, if it would be possible. And I had imagined that it probably would be, but it's good to have confirmation. All right. So now, crack out the yellow. And so this is going to be the probably an annoying section Okay, I don't want a giant Iron Warriors one for the base of the night. Not as it stands. Haven't really thought about the base yet. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah, I have no idea how well this is going to turn out. It's probably not going to go well at all. I always seem to make my life way harder than it needs to be whenever I crack out contrast paints. But I'm hoping that since I'm working pretty thin here, I won't have too many issues. Just need to work quickly, is the annoying part. Maybe I just need to work quickly and not worry about ruining the edges of the shield, because I can always clean that up with white. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm happy with that. So now we can let that dry and then clean up the edges with white. You're right, needs to be stepping on something of the Imperial Fists that's destroyed. True and real. Except that, since I started doing my, Imperial Knights, I have had a change of heart in what they are, because these are not actual traitor knights, is the point. So while while the Tzeentchian one has a very questionable base, because he is on a demon world, the idea is that these are all knights whose houses sided with the heretics, or sided with the traitor legions, but then they turned Freeblade. So it is a band of Freeblades from traitor houses. Okay, thought the original idea was the other way around, but I totally was. Don't look too deeply at the paint schemes. Yeah, that was the original idea. But then then as I sort of, I learnt more about the Imperial Knights, and I really like the noble side of it, like the nobility, is really cool to me. It's like, I don't know, and I feel like when they're traitors, they're just all scumbags. Okay, how's that looking? Think the white line needs to be thicker around the belly over here, but otherwise it's coming together pretty well. Yeah, plenty of STLs you can help me design any base I might want, anywhere from Dead Space Marines, Termes, Dreadnoughts to Flora and many, many rocks. Yeah, I will think on what I want it to be like. Yeah, because I want to unify the bases of them to a degree. And at least where it's at the moment, all of my armigers are going to be snow bases. I don't know if I'm going to carry that across to all of my other dudes as well or not. But it will mean that eventually I'll have to go back and redo the base of my Thousand Suns one. Okay. Should be able to... One more layer on outer edge here. The white paint is pretty thin now, but I don't want to measure out anymore. It's probably going to take a few coats to get this nice and smooth. Well, nice and solid, I should say. Oh, actually, I think this one here might be all we need. Yeah, in fact, that's looking pretty good now. I think we just need to redefine this corner here a little bit more. Just like that. And yeah, that's looking pretty good there. Why not the Armigers, Snow/Mountain, the Questoris is a mountain pass, and the cerastus is a forest, like they're slowly climbing the mountain to face an enemy at the peak. Yeah, that could be cool. That could be a fun way to do it. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. That could actually be very fun. Okay. So our next bit is going to be the red that we want to use, and so the red... Hang on. I don't know if I just ruined it or not. Red, black, yellow. White. Yellow. Black? Is that what we're doing? Yes, that is what we're doing. I didn't ruin it. Okay, we're safe. We're chilling. I got really concerned that I'd made a hideous mistake, but no, this is fine. Leave the Zinch one as is they're only in battle with the enemy. Yeah, like, I don't really want to change the Zinch one because it's my first one that I did like a proper base for. It's cool. So the way that I'm going to do this is we're going to do a single drop of the Scarlet Blood because it's going to be too strong on its own. And I'm going to mix that with some Blood Angel's red contrast. And hopefully that will be enough to just mix it down to be a red that's similar to what we've got on the clubs there. Let's get a little bit of water in there as well to help it mix, because the Scarlet Blood is going to thicken it up a lot. I think that'll be good. It's not one-to-one, but it's pretty close. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, this is shaping up pretty well. Shield's looking very nice. Yellow works well. Yeah, thank you. Just gonna be a matter of how it all pieces together in the end. This is all the time-consuming shit. Once we get this all put down, we should be pretty chill. Might have a little bit too much on the brush there. If we can knock it back a little bit. That's looking pretty good. So now, just a clean brush, just wipe away the excess. You doing? Hey, Juggernaut, how you going, mate? Finally figured out what you want to do after you finish your Necronami. What have you decided on? I reckon what I'll have to do is I'll just go over this bottom corner here with a bit of black rather than trying to really clean it up. Oh man, I need to stop touching this. I'm ruining the red finish on the bottom there. Full team of Major Chaos Demons. Yeah, one of my friends runs a an army that has a lot of greater demons in it. It is scary. I say he runs an army with a lot of greater demons in it. Realistically, it's just Be'lakor and... Well, it's Be'lakor, Shalaxi, and a Keeper of Secrets. Like, there's only 3, but I mean, it's scary. And Be'lakor's fucked. Angron, Be'lakor, Lords of Change, the whole shebang. An issue in terms of playing tabletop, I don't think you're able to run Be'lakor and Angron in the same army. I don't think that's doable. Because I'm pretty sure when you run Be'lakor, you have to run Chaos Demons with the Be'lakor detachment. And I don't think Demon Primarchs can be run in a Chaos Demons army. I think that they're specifically Chaos Space Marines or their respective faction. You know, go with four great unclean ones, Be'lakor, Lord of Change, and a Shalaxi. That is a terrifying lineup. Cool trumps any rule. Oh yeah, of course. Like, if you're playing with friends, like, run whatever you want. Like, I remember, because I asked a friend, I asked my my friend who has that army, I was like, you know what, like, oh, I mentioned running Demon Primarchs. He's like, I can't. It doesn't let me do that. And I was like, wait, what? Really? You can't run the Demon Primarchs in the Chaos Demons army? Okay. Okay. So, it has been a long path to here, but we are finally at the point of doing the transfers. So the way that we're going to do the transfers is we're going to have black half of the skull on the yellow side. It looks like it's gonna fit. It better fit. And then we're gonna have a white half of the skull on the black side, which we are then going to turn yellow. So that means left side will need to be the white one, right side will need to be the black one. And let's split these in the middle. Hopefully, it'll work out well. To split these, I'm going to use my side cutting pliers. Try to get as straight a cut as possible. I guess I can afford to overshoot a little bit on the white half. It's better to cut too little than too much. I think this should be 50-50. How did we go? That looks pretty good to me. Yeah. I left more than I want, so I can always overlap them or cut it back a little bit further. That's good. Let that start to soften, and now we just got to do the same on the other side. Not really see what I'm trying to cut here. I think I've got it close to 50-50 there. How did that cut go? Oh, that was definitely on an angle. Looks like it's in favor of what I want to keep though. So it's not perfect, but it's not ruined. It's leaning towards what I want in any case. We'll do another cut from the top down. There we are. Looks pretty good to me. Now, just put these side by side. Yeah, that should be pretty good. Let's let those start softening. They're not going to be 100%, but they're going to be pretty damn close, I reckon. Man, I forgot how much the Microsol and Microset smell like vinegar. It's so potent. Let's see, has this softened? It has. Got to reapply the microsol to the surface, so it's be a pain to actually get it into position. Oh, might be alright. So now we pull this down. Okay. As long as it's in the right general area at first, I'm happy. Plenty of time to play around with it once we get the other one on there, because then we'll be trying to push them together. That's good enough to start. Let's get the other one on there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This one does not want to separate cleanly. Please do not fold over yourself while you leave the transfer paper. Why? Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Might be okay. Need to pull the paper out of the way now. Okay. Pretty flat. Now we just need to slide it into position. A little bit more of our softener. Now it should just be able to push up and into position. Just need to make sure it doesn't fold over itself. Just about there now. Okay. Now they are more or less in position. I can play around. Probably want to move away from the brush now. The brush is a little imprecise. Now, the white half is definitely bigger than the black half. But that's probably alright. Because I can always just paint over it. goal here, more than anything, is just going to be posing the antlers the way I want them to be. And yeah, I reckon that's come out nicely. One thing is just going to be, there's this little bit of red shit on the underside of that antler. I'm not happy with. I don't know if I don't think I'm going to be able to get at it. Whatever it is, it's there to stay. I guess I'll just have to paint over it when the time comes. It's annoying. What's also annoying is I just folded that up. I'm gonna need to repose these, so I'm just gonna have to make sure they're all sitting nice and flat. And then once I'm certain that they're flat, I'll slide them back into position and then apply my setting solution. Just need to be careful though, because they're probably soft enough to just tear at a moment's notice now. But very gently ease them into position. Yep, that's pretty good. Now setting solution, and that'll cause them to drift a little bit again, and then we'll realign them while it's still wet. They're actually so soft right now. Like, just these tiny little adjustments that I'm making, as I like push it around, are leaving little dents in the decal. Like they are so close to tearing. This here should be pretty good though. Once we let that set, we'll go over it with our varnish. And then we'll paint them to make them fit. And I think we should be good then. I do think there definitely should be something else though, just to add to the shield, because as it is, it's a little bit bland. Like, it's fine. But I think it just needs something above the skull. What do I have at my disposal? What do I have? I've got crowns. Yeah, I could do a crown. I think a crown would fit nicely. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do a crown. The crown we will have to 50-50 as well. Bother to do this on the second layer? Nah, I think we can fit this in here without having to do another layer of varnish. This is called making terrible decisions in the name of saving time. I was about to use the clippers to try to cut them in half, but I think that that's going to be a bad idea, so we'll just roll the knife over them. Can't see this one because it's white, so it flares out. Should be able to see the second one when I get to that, though. And so we'll err on the side of caution, more crown rather than less. This one goes on the left side we want to keep, so we'll cut like that. Looking pretty good. Yeah, we definitely left more than we need. Now we want to do the same to the right side of the black crown. Just like that. That one is probably good as is. I think we may have taken a little bit more. It doesn't matter too much for the black one because that one will be easy to rebuild with paint. Now that I can see what I'm doing, how much I've got left, I'm just gonna trim a little bit of the white crown away. About that much. That'll be good. You know what I'm about to say? Hello, Noah. Giveaway when? I don't know, mate. I haven't heard from the giveaway guy in a while. Okay. So let's get those softening. So the way that we're going to put this on here, we're going to have to be a little bit careful because the when we put the microsol and microset on here, it will start to interfere with the bits that we've already got down. Yeah, preemptively apply a little bit on there. And now we'll head over and see if we can transfer the crowns onto this neatly. Moving yet? No, they're not ready to transfer just yet. So, little bit more on there just to help move. It's a little strip of, there's a little strip of excess there. I was trying to flick up and onto my shoulder panel there. Didn't want that. This should probably be ready to move now. Yep. Okay, black half of the crown is transferred. I just need to do the other half. Oh no, is it on my thumb? It's not on my thumb. We're safe. Okay. Now we just need to move them into position without disturbing the skull. Because we have not done another layer of varnish yet. Very clean looking so far. Yeah, it'll be just a matter of keeping it clean. Yeah, this one barely wants to move. Like, I'm scared that I'm just gonna tear a hole in this trying to move it into position. Yeah, again, we've got more of the white half than the black half, but that's fine. We can always paint it to balance that out. We pull this down a little closer to the stag. Just line it up. Leave a tiny gap for it to be painted together. Actually, what we'll probably do is just pull this over the middle point and then bring them together. And then we'll just have to paint the little bit of the white that goes over the middle line. We'll paint that black. Oh, shit. Okay, so now I just need to apply our setting solution to that. And hope that they don't drift too much, and hope that we don't disturb the skull. Ah, shit. Okay. Gotta work fast then, before it sets. There we are. Oh, actually, no, the white half needs to come a little further to the right. And then I'll need to try to flatten it out a little bit again, because it's curled a little bit. Okay. Then the black half will need to come down a tiny bit. Now we just let that set. And then we'll varnish over it. We'll clean up the black lines and then turn the white halves yellow. And then we should be good. Well, at least we managed to get both sets of decals on there without incident. So it'll be matte varnish from here. Okay. Should be dry enough to start varnishing. And hopefully this matte varnish as well will make it all just look better. Because the glossy finish is pretty gross. I'm not a fan. I don't like it. But the matte finish over here looks really nice. And I think a little bit of Nuln Oil as well will probably go a long way in helping piece all this together as well. Pretty good anyway. Yeah, it looks alright. But, yeah, there's, like, I'm definitely going to need to I'm going to need to work to clean it up or mask the imperfections. And then also we're going to need to fix the bits of trim that we fucked up big time while we were working on this. Because there are some very big issues with sections of the trim where we were either we painted over them or we rubbed them back with alcohol while we were trying to fix bits on the main panel. So I'll need to come back and fix those bits up. Make it all nice and presentable. That layering of the matte varnish should probably be good. It's all smooth, don't see any bubbles. So once that dries, then we'll be able to start fixing things. Although depending on how it dries, I might need a second coat of the matte varnish just to really flatten it out, because the sheen level between these is looking pretty different, although it's probably still just because this is drying. I have to see. Because the sheen level over here is beautiful. I love this. This panel is awesome. I'm very happy with how it turned out. And I think that this will contrast with it quite nicely, because it's a nice pairing, I think, between them, where they're very clearly for different things. I think that they'll interact nicely together. How's this looking? Transfer addiction. What? What do you mean? This panel fucks hard. It's so good. Go insane using 1/3 of the transfer. Yeah, but look at how cool it is. It's so fucking cool. Like, this little section down here is so sick. I love it. It actually came together so well. Oh, yeah, no. And, okay, yeah, I am really liking it now when I'm looking here and I'm seeing this in the background. How they're very distinctly different, like, design philosophies. I actually really like this. This is very clearly Iron Warriors shit, where it's all orderly and, like, it's all top to bottom. They're using the available space neatly. It's all methodical. And then over here, it's just, like, this, okay, this does look, this looks like heraldry. I'm happy. I'm happy that I've made heraldry that looks like heraldry. Gotta bullshit some explanation for all the symbols. Look, it means something to the pilot, and that's all that matters. You don't have all the patience for that? Neither. Yeah, look, I may be shit at painting, but I'm patient as hell. How's the sheen looking now that this is dried? It's not fully dry, but I think the sheen's looking pretty good, actually, yeah. I probably won't need a second coat of the matte varnish, just from the looks of it. There are little bits of the gloss still showing through. I'm not sure if that's just because it's a bit wet, or if it's... yeah, no, I think maybe we'll need one more coat of the matte varnish just to really settle that in. What I'll do is I'll do my, I'll do the black coats here, just to clean this all up, pull it together, and then we'll, and then by then the original varnish should have dried, and we'll be able to go over with one more layer. Okay. just need to very carefully clean up the line here. And then I need to stretch that up vertically. Oh, I've accidentally just filled in the nostril. Shit. Let's quickly clean brush. See if we can rescue the nostril. Yeah, I may have made more of a mess than I had wanted to. Yeah, I may have, in trying to fix this, made it messier. You know, crazy, you just hear Minecraft chicken kicking the bucket. Don't worry about it. Every 90 minutes, what a sacrifice to keep the stream going. We live in a cruel world. Okay. Pretty happy with the skull, so now we just need to clean up the crown, and then should probably be chilling. It's too thin. I'm not gonna... It's just smearing. Need to get some thicker paint. That will be good. And what do we think? Do we keep the skull and the crown, do we keep them white, or do we turn them yellow so that they, or so that the colors of the shield are inverted against each other? Because I think that could be cool. Hello? Hello, Hal. How you going? Yeah, I'm just a little worried that if I turn the skull and the crown yellow, they won't be as noticeable. Keeping it white makes it way more pronounced against the black. Yeah, that was the thing. That's exactly what I was thinking, yeah. Because I feel like it could be a cool effect to have the yellow spill into the black and then the black spill into the yellow. But yeah, I'm not sure if it would, like, I'd probably sacrifice a bit of vibrancy, a bit of readability to do so. Hey. There we are. That's pretty good for the seam between them as well. How are you all? You working your image camp? Oh, nice. Yeah. I'm not doing too badly. Just boiling away, really. Okay, I think what we'll do, yeah, what we'll do is just clean up a few of the little issues we've got, like these little bits of red, these little spots here. I'll just dab a tiny bit of our white over that, thin it out, and then cover it with our yellow. Actually went a bit too thick there. Maybe what I can do is I can... Once I put my next layer of matte varnish over this, maybe I'll try seeing what the yellow looks like with some contrast paint on top of the varnish, and then if I don't like it, I can just wipe it away. That way I can sort of get an idea of how it looks, how it reads. Because if I can do it without sacrificing too much readability, then I think that could be really cool. Also, I've just realized that there's no point in me trying to clean this little bit up here. Because I can just cover it over with battle damage at the end. And then not worry about it. Well, not necessarily battle damage, but cover it over with some Nuln Oil staining like what we've got on this side here. Called Inferno. Righto. I'm not familiar with that one. Is it a, what kind of miniature game is it? It's called it's a war game, but it's only you making the game and you're not done. Oh, righto, nice. I mean, it's cool to have a big project like that. What sort of setting are you going for? You understand enough reading pre-made rules, don't want to imagine making your own set in hell. That makes sense with a name like Inferno. I was thinking it's either going to be something demonic themed, or it's just going to be like fucked trench warfare, or not, maybe not trench warfare, but like fucked artillery warfare is more what I was thinking, like with Inferno, because you can imagine lots of artillery, lots of fire and shit. But yeah, no, nice. Also, you just noticed the, you just re-noticed the lovely gap on the red side. Anything going in there? Oh. Fuck. Thank you for reminding me. Should be able. I should be able to fix it. Because you see, I kept this red sheet, so I can just take one of the little bits off it. And put that in there. It's only the one gap, isn't it? Yeah, it's only the one gap. Okay, that's not the worst. It's not Doomsday. soften that one up, and if all goes well, we should be able to fix this relatively easily. It's only a tiny, relatively round decal, so it shouldn't cause us too many issues. Hopefully it's just soften up nice and quick so that we don't have to waste too much time on this. But doesn't seem to be willing to cooperate just yet. Getting a little bit of movement now. There we are. There we are. It's not quite sitting flat just yet, but it's as though there was never any hole in the pattern there. So we'll just apply our setting solution to it. And then move it back into position. Yeah, the issue as well, from the looks of it, is since it's out of a flat sheet, it's got quite a large border around it. I don't think that'll cause us any issues. As long as I can get it to sit in the right spot, we should be alright. Gonna be a free rule book. Oh yeah, no. Sorry, I was really focused on this, so I didn't look at chat for a little while. But yeah, no. I think that, like, realistically, the best way to get people to play your game is to have the rules be free. And that should be the goal, really, when you're making a game. It shouldn't be to sell it and make it as much money as possible. Like, you want people to play your thing, so yeah. Yeah, good idea to have the rules be free, because then people can play even without buying the miniatures and all that sort of thing. And then if they decide they like the game, then they'll go and buy your minis. So yeah, I think that's definitely the right way to go with that sort of thing. so what we want to do now is matte varnish over the top. And then once that dries, I'm gonna give the yellow I'm gonna see what this looks like if I turn this half yellow. And then if we don't like it, we'll get rid of it. Because it'll be on top of a varnished surface anyway, so it's pretty low risk. Thanks for the $2, Jesus. Ultramarines with Crimson Fists. That is a rigged question. They're both Ultramarines. The answer is neither, my friend. I have standards. Wait, are the Crimson Fists Ultramarines, or are they? Or are they the yellow bastards? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Emperor's Fists. Howdy again, all. Hey, Fire Mango. How we going, mate? Jesus, saw you in a peculiar place recently. What does that mean, Sunji? The yellow bastards from the Imperials. Crimson Fist, Imperial Fist successors. Right, yeah. But they're the okay. In which case, Crimson Fists are better, but they're meant to appeal to the same demographic. They're Ultramarine wannabes. Like, I'll pick the Crimson Fists, but only because there are no other options here. Crimson Fists are way more iconic for you, at least. Rogue Trader Best Edition. Yeah, they think like at least they're OG. Right, you're heading out to Midnight New Tide. Righto, I will catch you later, Rebellion. Have a good one, mate. Yeah, I reckon once this dries. Yeah, once it dries, we'll give it a shot with the yellow in that half, and if we don't like it, we'll get rid of it. But where is it? There we are. I think this is coming together quite nicely. I'm happy with it. It's fun because it is definitely very thematically different. And at the same time, I don't think it ruins the it doesn't ruin the Iron Warrior aesthetic, because the base colors are still dark, so they stay in line with it. And then when we look at how it's going to look paired with the model as a whole, like, it ties well. And we don't lose, like, it doesn't detract from it. It fits in nicely. Yeah, I reckon that'll be really nice. I think that these panels need to be a little bit darker, because I think we got this to this sort of color with the null oil on top of what we had. So I think that's probably where we want everything else to be. And then I also need to paint the guy inside, because in a moment of weakness, I decided to give the hatch a hinge, because I didn't want it to just be open or shut. What was wrong with the hazards again? Oh, I've somewhat fixed some of them, but so they're pretty. So this side is fine, or mostly fine. Like it's pretty consistent from front to back. It gets a little confused around here, but it's not the worst. The other side has the issue really bad because this was the one that I did most recently, but the other side, it's consistent and then it gets really gross here. Like that bit, those two hazard stripes there, I'm going to need to fix. But otherwise, they're pretty fine. It's just these two suck. This one especially. Yeah. They all look great for that one. Yeah, exactly. Like that one there is just, it's horrifying. It makes me ill. The black stripe before the vents up top is too small. Yeah. Yeah, there's, like... I'm not feeling it. I'm gonna have to fix that off stream because I know I'm gonna spend way too long on it otherwise. But yeah, otherwise I'm pretty happy with it. Those hazard stripes are... better be the, honest to godless 4-4, or 44 degrees. There's no way they're 44 degrees. Are the, is that like a thing? Are the... is it a thing they need to be at that angle? Have fun while you're gone. Welcome back, Gavin. Yeah, we're getting there. It's been slow going. Yeah, it looks like that varnish is dried now, so you can experiment away. So, yeah, since we varnished this, I'm not worried about trying to see how this looks if I turn that yellow, because it might actually look really nice, and if it doesn't, we can just get rid of it. It'll be easy enough to wipe away. Yeah, let's just see how it turns out. It could be quite good. I like this. I like this better than the white. I'm keeping it. I'm sorry to anybody who feels differently, but this is my executive decision. It's really nice. I love it. It does lose a little bit of the readability. It's not as pronounced. But I think that just the way it sort of flows together is really nice. Well, actually, yeah, rather than just deciding instantly straight away after I've applied it like that, let's just finish applying it and then just take a step back and look at it from a distance and see how we feel. So... Okay. So I like the way it looks, but it definitely takes away cohesiveness. So the nice thing about having the white on top before was, yeah, so the nice thing about having the white on top before was it had a center point, but now it's sort of fallen into the backdrop. So if we want this to be cohesive with that, there needs to be a different focal point, where the white sort of made those the focal point. But I don't really think there's anything else that I can do to really make it a focal point. It's a cool effect, but I think maybe we can do that in the future for other things, but maybe for this particular one, we'll just keep it as white. Yellow went on to easy, damn. Yeah. It was just very thin application of yellow contrast. But yeah. I reckon we remove the yellow and just go back to what we were at before. You'd say white is best? Yeah. It creates more of a central focus. Which yellow contrast is that? If you ever do more hazards, you're wanting it. It's just Imperial Fist. Just very, very thin coat of it. Okay, wipe away worst of the yellow there. And now just with a wet brush, see if we can clean it up. And yeah, the alcohol that we've used to wipe that away is also wiped away at the fresh varnish there. So we'll need to revarnish once we get rid of all the yellow. Righto. I think that's about all of it. Okay. So, now we'll just need a couple little touch-ups, and then we can revarnish. And then I'm probably pretty happy with the heraldry on this panel. So, a little bit of our Corvus black here. Okay. Oh, fine, Mango. I said sorry. I only just saw a message about the red. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm also not 100% about the red around here. The only other solution I can think of would be making this half of the external border yellow. In fact, that might be a better way to go about it, because then in each half, I would have a mix of yellow, black, and white. Because I have the yellow, black, and white. In fact, I might do that. Because I confused myself way too much with the red, because essentially I wanted to do a combination of 3 colors to put it all together, but the way they were aligned, it didn't really work. So I introduced the yellow as the 4th color, but then I convinced myself that I still had to use the red. But realistically, it'll look better without the red. So, just get a little bit of water on our white paint, thin that down a little bit. This is going to be annoying because I'm going to need to try to carefully cover over the red without altering the shape of the shield. It's going to need to be a couple of rounds of touch-ups to make sure I get rid of all the little bits of red. And then there'll be a bit of pushing the white back in line before I turn it yellow. Don't want the border of the shield to be too thick. Decal sorting came out perfect. You think it was the one? Yeah, thank you. It's yeah, I quite like it. It's a it was a fun one to do. Time consuming, but it's nice. And much preferable to trying to manually paint a stag skull. Yeah, you can see the border of the decal there where I exposed it with the alcohol while I was cleaning up the yellow. But we, yeah, we'll be able to fix all that up. No trouble at all. Want to be rid of this red first. It's getting there. Still peeking through, but at least along the top line there, it's a lot cleaner. And yeah, we'll have to push the white back with our the black of the interior of the shield before we go over with the yellow. I can feel myself trying to rush through this, having to like physically stop myself from rushing through this, because this is one of the really delicate parts where if I fuck it up, it's going to be an absolute pain to fix. It's because I spent so long trying to get the shape of the shield right in the first place, and now that I'm working around the edge of it again, it's going to be very easy to accidentally ruin the symmetry. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it being really gross on the inside edge. It's just the outside edge needs to be clean. May as well do a little touch up around this edge here as well while I can see it. Cool. That's all of the red removed, so now we can come back with the black, push away the really gross bits of white, and then we can do the yellow around it. This has been a very long time spent on a very small part of the model, but this is important because this was something that I was really struggling to figure out how to do, and it was making me want to avoid this many. So being able to actually like get past this bit that was really that I was dreading because I thought I'd fucked up is good. It is worth however much time I have to put into it to make it work. Goals is the most visible part of the models though. You spend most of the time looking down on them after all. Yeah, fair enough. I will take that justification. I will happily use that. Definitely thinned that a little bit too much, but it is what it is. Can always just pull it back out again. It's gonna be very much just a back and forth with this until we get the balance right. Here we are, coming together now. So now there's just going to be a couple of tiny little bits around the outside edge of the shield where either I've expanded it too much or there's little bits of red showing that I'm just going to do little touch-ups on. And then we'll need to pull the white back in a little bit thicker along the top there. And then we'll be able to revarnish it. I think this club here that I've had to go over, I'm just going to completely wipe it out. It's not going to look like a big void. It won't really be noticeable that there's one missing. Just because otherwise I'm going to have this weird section of just nondescript white object floating. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Just need to make sure I fully cover it. Like that. Okay, and then just one more pass of touch-ups on the inside. And now one more touch of white along the top edge. Gone too wide again. Yeah, I'm rushing. This is really annoying. I'm right at the end, and then I start rushing. need to push that back again with black now because I got overzealous. The best bit. Painful bit drags on for 4 hours. Yep. You're at the very end, and then you're like, okay, one more line, and you go, and then it's just way too thick, and then it's like, fuck! And then you have to do like 5 lines to fix it. Okay. There. That's good. So now I can turn the left half of it yellow. Because yeah, I don't think it doesn't really work having the border of it be completely white when it's sitting on top of white clubs. Goodbye, chicken. Rest in peace. Okay. Now, we need to take our time here and not make an absolute mess. Hey. How's that? Yeah, that's way better than the red. Okay. Just noticed there's a tiny bit of yellow still on the nose. The guy. Just gonna see if with the thinnest, faintest bit of white paint, I can just touch up the nose so that it's not slightly yellow. That's better. Okay. We can finally do our final coat of the varnish. I don't think that I'm going to immediately apply Nuln Oil to this, because I don't know if I necessarily want this panel to look super grimy. We might do it later on in the painting process. Like, we might decide later on that we want the heraldry to be grimy as well. But at least at the moment, I quite like the visual distinction you get between the Iron Warrior panels and the Night House panels. Although there definitely are some imperfections on this that I think adding Nuln Oil would definitely, like selectively applying Nuln Oil and letting it pool over the imperfections would definitely help. It just depends on how it all looks at the end. Make sure I don't get blobs of it pooling in the recesses here, or get some really nasty texture. Okay. How's that looking? I can focus. Yeah, I'm liking it. The yellow around the left side of the shield is definitely way better than the red that we had initially. So yeah, I am probably gonna call this here for the day. Finally finished 2 of the panels. 2 of the heraldic panels. Only like 30 to go. Unfocused. Is it still out of focus? Or is it... Oh, hang on, I'll play around with it a little. Oh no, yeah, we've got it. There it is. Yeah. Heraldry reminds you of a football club. Average UK response to heraldry. But that's probably because at the end that's because that's where all of your heraldry went when you lost your noble families and knight houses and stuff. The equivalent of a knightly house became your local football club. That's why. That's where the heraldry went. Oh well, anyway. I'm gonna head off now. I'm tired. Even like football. No, but it's just, nor do you watch it. No, but it's just culturally imprinted on you. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for hopping by. I will be streaming again next week. Sorry for the only the one stream this week, but yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, I will catch you all later. Bye bye.